I am tired. I am tired. Let me turn this down. Gotta have a little bit of ambience, a little bit of, gotta have that smidge background music. Can't just be fucking completely quiet. I suppose. Oh, okay. I mean, it's been a minute. It's been a while. It's been 21 days, almost a month. Almost a month since I've done this thing. And in that time, I've oh man, it's really fucking dark in here. Or maybe I just, hold on. God damn it. Here I am thinking I have everything figured out. But it looks like the fucking exposure on my, hold on. Let me figure this out. Turn that off. Is it the exposure that I'm looking for? Yeah. Yeah, it is. There we go. Now I'm a little brighter. What else we got going on here? Hold on. Let me figure what else is happening here. That's good enough. It's good enough. You can see me now. I'm not a ghost. Yeah, so it's been a month. It's been about a month since I was last streaming, and I think one of the biggest things going on is I've just been going through it. To be honest, I've just been going through the mental hurdles, the mental breaks, the mental breakdowns. I just have not been in a good spot mentally, and it being May. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and I'm trying to be aware of my mental health. But it's been a month. But I'm hoping I'm on some sort of upswing. I'm hoping to go up. From here, because I miss streaming. I miss interacting with people. I miss talking with people. I miss hanging out with people. And I don't really have many friends close to me that I can hang out and interact with in person. So in a way, streaming to me has become a way to connect with people whom I normally wouldn't connect with, who I wouldn't have ever met. Let me turn up the brightness on my camera a little bit. This is, since I started streaming, I've met some fantastic people. I've met some amazing people. And I've interacted with some fantastic personalities, some great people. And for whatever reason, my brain has hit that point where it's like putting on the show, essentially. Putting on the act, putting on the facade that I typically have to put on just got exhausting. Because I'm typically not a very social person. Streaming is very much out of my norm. Streaming is very much out of the normal thing that I would normally do. I typically go out of my way to avoid people, to avoid situations, to avoid socializing, to avoid interacting, to avoid essentially everything. Everything that streaming is, typically I go out of my way to avoid it. And when I started streaming solo, actually. because this channel used to be a group project between me and two other people. One of them I'm still very, very, very fantastic friends with, and one of them I no longer talk to at all. Um, that's neither here nor there. Um, when I started streaming solo, um, I came at it with the mindset of um, wanting to push myself. I wanted to push myself outside of boundaries. I wanted to push myself outside of things that I normally wouldn't do. I wanted to get myself past those mental blocks, those mental boundaries that, I wanted to break my norm. And I did. And I did. And I did for a long while. I made affiliate. I played some games to completion that I've struggled with. I did what I set out to do. But in the long term, I didn't quite realize just how much I was neglecting myself. Because I wasn't. I think the most important thing that I've kind of learned coming away from streaming is that is doing mental health check-ins. Because for someone like myself, where putting on the show is what the for people like myself, putting on the show drains me so fucking much. A lot of the time, it's even in like social interactions, I'm typically a very soft spoken not very extroverted individual. So when I'm in social situations, and I kind of count Twitch as a a social situation, I do what I can to try and match the energy being put out in the room. So if it's a high energy room, I do what I can to try and match that high energy. And I never give myself time for cool down. I never give myself time to just chill, to just relax, to essentially recharge my batteries, which is what I've been finding the biggest reason why when it comes to how I approach streaming, it's why I just stop. It's why, even though like I come at it and going, I'm excited to get back into it, which I am. I'm excited to do stuff, which I am. I'm excited to talk with people, interact with people, see people that I haven't talked to in a while. I just don't. And then that starts to extend into how I go into every connection I have on Twitch. It starts to go into how I interact with everyone on Twitch. It's gotten to the point where it's like I enjoy seeing people, I enjoy interacting with people, but I lurk. I end up just lurking. I end up just power lurking. Not because I don't want to interact or I don't want to be there or I don't want to talk to everybody. I just don't have the energy. And it may sound stupid and dumb that talking through Twitch to somebody is exhausting, but it is. It is. It definitely is. But I've had about a month. I've had about a month to sit here and reflect and go through the mental gymnastics of, do I still want to do this? And I think at the end of the day, I do. I do. And that's why I started up streaming tonight. I need to work on a schedule that works for me. Let's go, Brandon. You wanna fight? You wanna fight, Ty? I'll take you down. You may be in better shape than me, but I think I got the stamina. I think I'd be able to wear you down. I think I'd be able to. I think I'd be able. I think I'd be able to wear you out if we boxed. I'd Yeah, but I haven't gone to the gym ever. I haven't gone to the gym ever. Dude, that's what you no, see the depression workout system. That's it's the best workout system you've got, dude. And here I am ranting to a screen about depression. Um, but I want to start streaming again. I want to start streaming again. I just need to figure out a system that works for me and my brain, so I don't end up overdoing it and finding myself overcommitted and just flat out fucking exhausted at the end of the day. Because that's typically what happens after I get done streaming. I'll turn it off and I'll sit here and I'll be like, "Fuck, I am exhausted," and I never give myself. I guess I don't give myself a chance to recharge. I'm always just interacting and interacting and interacting. Um, but I want to get back into it. I want to get back into it because I miss it. I miss everybody. Even if nobody's here, I still miss streaming. Even when it's just me and my little Ultros walking around at the bottom of the screen, I miss it. I miss streaming. I miss the idea of somebody coming in at some point and saying hello. So yeah, you need some chill beats to relax to. Callie Kronk. Go check him out on Spotify. What you're listening to right now is actually a playlist he put together that is supposed to be, um, it's supposed to be DMCA free. So I've got 80 songs at 3 hours and 4 minutes that are supposed to be DMCA free, at least on Twitch. If you export it to YouTube, you'll get claimed. I did. Um, but yeah, on your own free time, check out Callie Kronk. He's got some great music, and then on his page, on his Spotify page, he's got a playlist, which you're listening to now, that's supposed to be DMCA free. I'll find out. I'll find out if it's not. My VOD will get muted. Something will happen. Um, Speaking of nothing completely related to VODs getting muted, I had a Windows update that ended up being corrupt. So I ended up having to go and get my computer completely reset. Um, all my drives got wiped. So that was another thing that kind of stopped me from streaming. Um, because losing everything again, um, losing everything again was just a real kick in the dick. Um, because this was the second time. This was the second time in my life that this was the second time in my life that I've lost everything on my computer. The first time being when this guy died. Um, all my videos, all my games, all my artwork, everything. Once this guy died, just shit the fucking bed. Shit the bed. Straight up shit the bed. Also, Ty, if you're still listening, how's the audio mix right now? Is the music like soft? Is the music soft enough that it's not overpowering my voice, or are we fighting for volume control here? Cause I can't tell. I can't tell. So I need you to be my ears right now. I need you to tell me if I've just been fighting for. It's good. Okay, cool. Thanks, Jive. I appreciate you. You were on your new purple horse. You're welcome. You're welcome for that. Dude, that song's a bop though, dude. That song's great. Jive, I hope you're doing well. Sorry I wasn't very talkative the other day when you were streaming, but as I've just explained, it's just been hard. Even in everyone else's streams, it's just hard for me to to be active. Um but yeah, so I want to get back into this. I want to get back into this whole streaming shit, talking to people, interacting with people, um enjoying everyone. Of course, man. And I had you up. I was lurking. I was trying to prepare some of my artwork. So I had you up on my one screen, and I wanted to just let you know that I was there, and I was just working on some artwork and stuff in the background. So it was hard to try and divvy my attention, but I you know, dude, me too. Me too. Um Me too, man. And it sucks. It sucks. Burnout isn't a fun feeling. It's not a fun feeling. And it's like all the outside things going on with me right now is it's like it's just a big compounding ball of burnt out. Um I hate my job. It's a super easy job, but I don't feel like a person at my job, and so I'm hoping to get a change. I'm hoping to make a change there. Um just a lot of the just everything going on right now. I've been seeing all your Pokemon Go stuff though on Twitter, and I wish I was more into Pokemon Go. Um I, I really do, cuz it looks dope. It looks dope. All the shinies that you've been getting, and the raids and shit that you've been doing. But I'm so behind now that to me it seems like it'd be a waste of time for me to try and get back into Pokemon Go. I did too. I did too. I was part of the me and my ex roommate Chris. We drove around. We were those people driving around, going to different stops. Um, when I was taking trips to New York with my aunt, um, it was great. It was super cool having catching shit from. You stopped playing for 2 years. I guess it's also the effort. I've got like my attention is divided, but see, now I'm just making excuses. Now I'm just making excuses. But my attention has been divided between so many games, so many live service games. Like I'm playing Final Fantasy. I'm playing Final Fantasy. I'm playing fucking Heroes of the Storm. I'm playing Apex. I'm playing Star Wars: The Old Republic. I'm playing League of Legends. Um, I just I've even been playing Pokemon Unite. Um, I mean, it didn't take long for them to add features though, Ty. Like they like once it was like established that there was um once it was established that it was something that was going to work, I feel like they rolled out features pretty quickly for Pokemon Go. Um I don't know, I guess I just fell out of it. And this is this seems like a really intimate song for what we're talking about. Like this is This is insanely intimate. This is like I'm bringing you guys into my bedroom and like turning the lights down low on my LEDs, and we're just laying. I spread the petals and push you both onto the bed, and we're just hanging out playing Pokemon. Didn't they see? I could have swore maybe I'm just three bros hanging out playing Pokemon Go. Hey, good catch on that shiny. That was a great ball throw. Maybe it's just because I'm not paying attention to the game. It seems like things came out fast. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. I feel like this minus the subtle sexy saxophone. I feel like this is something that would play at like a church. Like I feel like we would like this is something that you'd play and you stand there like he is risen. Oh, he is risen. Something like that. So I power through the main story quest and then I go back and I do blue quests. Which is why I was so late to get flying, which is why I got flying the other night when we were playing, because I wait so very long before. But if you're doing it from a story perspective, there is one set of blue quests that it says to do. There's so much more to do than endgame content, man. You're going to burn yourself out trying to drive for endgame. Just enjoy the ride, dude. Just enjoy the ride. You got to just go with the flow, man. Save the world. The only the only zone that I found really annoying in Endwalkers is the moon. Just because of the way it's split, it doesn't allow for easy traversal. So be prepared for that. I mean, they said that they're going for another. They said that they have it road mapped out for another 10 or 11 years of Final Fantasy 14. And with the next expansion coming out, they're doing a graphics upgrade. So that's something that they're currently working on too. They're currently working on updating character models and lighting and areas and shit like that. So the next expansion is going to be a fucking hefty expansion. If they're reworking all the characters to look better. You don't like Blizzard's reworked characters? You didn't think they did a good job at reworking their characters, at making the models updated? But you also got to think, Ty, their aesthetic is the cartoon look. That's what they go for. That's what they want. That's what they want to do. So you can't really fault them too much on having a cartoony aesthetic. Also, Jive, I apologize. Apologize? No. I empathize with you going through burnout, is what I wanted to say. I empathize with you, and I feel what you're feeling. Probably not to the same extent, because I don't know, I don't know your life, your situation. But when it comes to the burnout, dude, I empathize with you. I meant to say that when we were initially talking about it, but we're coming back around. We just talked about Pokemon Go. My brain is a train, and and I've had to explain this to a couple people. I've actually had to explain. I explained this today to my psychiatrist, that my brain is a train, and thoughts are the cars, and a thought will get on.
Hootie, tootie, disco cutie, 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 hootie, tootie, disco cutie. You're so cute, thanks.
Mokai has been giving me money for 14 months. Weit ho? Wie Vibro welcome back to streaming motherfucker.
Thanks, Mookie. Thanks, Mookie. I hope you're doing well. You missed my whole rant. You missed my whole mental health rant, but that's fine. You already know. The deets of my life. But oops. But no, yeah, I talked to my psychiatrist today and told him that, like, my brain is like a train, and a thought will get on. Like, my thoughts are the cars, and it'll be stopped at the station. And if it doesn't unload fast enough, it just goes. It just fucking goes.
Hootie, tootie, disco cutie, 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 hootie, tootie, disco cutie. You're so cute, thanks.
Ty_Nuggets has been giving me money for 7 months. Weit ho? My anxiety is chronic and yours is iconic kleiner als 3.
Kleiner als 3. Thank you, Ty. Thank you. Very much appreciate. But yeah, so if my thought doesn't unload fast enough, the train just leaves the station, and then the next thought just comes and starts. And so my thought process is eventually the initial thought that I had will make its way back around to the station. So we'll be talking about something completely different, like pigeons, and the fact that there's such weird fucking birds, and we'll be deep in conversation about pigeons. Then I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm really sorry about your puppy passing away," and it's like, we talked about this like 4 days ago, but it's like, yeah, but now that thing's coming back around, and I didn't give you the appropriate emotional response that you asked for in that specific time frame. So now I'm giving you that emotional response. But also I'm sorry to hear about your job. Yeah, I'm a pharmacy tech, so I process prescriptions, and it's such an easy job. It's such an easy thing to do. But it's the monotony of the job makes me want to smash my brains out. Not below them, because I just want to smash them out. I want to it's such a mind-numbing job. I apologize, Mookie. I forgot that your dog was having struggles, and I apologize. That's no good. At least you gave that pupper the best life they could have asked for. I know you did. You were very good with your pups. It sucks she had cancer. No, don't do that. Just know you gave her the best life she could have had. And I apologize. I totally forgot that your pup was having a hard time. Completely unrelated, completely unrelated goofs there. So I'm sorry about that. But also big mood. But yeah, so I'm a pharmacy tech, and my job is very monotonous. And a couple weeks ago, I got the flu. My temperature was 103. My vitals were making the machine that, like, checks your vitals, that you put your finger in, they clamp it down, and it checks your vitals. They were yellow red numbers, and they were making the machine beep every time they took my vitals. They were actually worried the machine was broken because they hadn't had it happen before. And the doctor at the urgent care said, you should not be working. You cannot work. You need 2 to 3 days to just chill, relax. This flu is going to kick your ass. And it was at that point. The flu was kicking my ass, definitely. And she looked at me. No, it was actually the flu. I actually had influenza. I actually had the flu. They tested me for COVID. They tested me for the flu. I had the flu. She looked at me and she was like, the flu doesn't exist, bro. Everything's COVID. Got a pain in your knee? That's COVID, bro. That's knee COVID. She looked at me. She was like, yeah, so you're gonna be able to go home and just relax. And I looked at her and I laughed at her. I laughed in the doctor's face at urgent care and said, there is no way in hell I'm gonna be able to go home and relax these next couple days. And she's like, why? And I was like, because if I tell them that I cannot work, even with a doctor's note, they will fire me. And she looked at me, her jaw dropped, and she's like, that can't be, you can't be serious. And I said, okay, I'll ask my job. I'll ask my work. I sent an email while I was sitting in urgent care. She went off to run the tests. She comes back in. I had received my email at that time. And I said, hey, my email was, if I had a doctor's note, would I be okay not clocking in, not processing for the next couple of days? And I was told, basically, no, you won't be okay. You'll get fired. It's an automatic system, because we also run off a point system. And I can argue it was my fault, but I was waiting for my FMLA to kick in, and I had been struggling with a lot of really bad mental health issues. Right? Right? So they work off a point system, and you get 6 points. You get 6 points. Half a point. Their entire business does run on doctors. You get half a point for leaving early or coming in late, and you get a full point for calling in. And I was at 5 points. I was at 5 points. So there was nothing I could do. So yeah, and I was already losing respect for my job. I was already losing respect. Like, my supervisor's great. I already am. I'm hoping to have an interview Tuesday. There's a follow-up interview on Tuesday. My supervisor's great. She's really sweet. She's fantastic to talk to and work with. But I just felt so fucking unfulfilled. I feel unfulfilled at this job because I'm doing the same fucking thing every day. I'm seeing the same medications every day. I'm seeing fucking Lipitor. I'm seeing Lamictal. I'm seeing Seroquel. I'm seeing Adderall and Norco and Percocet. You know, I see the same fucking things every single day. I have a job. No, we'll see. I don't actually handle medication. I'm just processing people's prescriptions. So I'm verifying the details. I'm just verifying the details and then sending it through. So it's one less. Basically, I'm making it easier for the in-store pharmacy. The in-store pharmacy technicians. I'm basically eliminating a step for the in-store pharmacy technicians. That's what I'm doing. I'm not handling any medication because this is an at-home job. So this is an at-home job, so I would hope they're not sending me meds to verify. You're not sending me people's fucking Percocet for them to come pick up at my house. The company doesn't respect. I'm currently working the hours of my current job. It's 10:30 to 7. And I'm currently working on doing. I'm currently trying to switch to 9 to 5:30. Just because I want to get. Just because like it's weird how much a couple hours limit what you can do in a day. And I really enjoyed having like the ability to get up later, but now that I've done it a while, like I don't have time to do a lot of stuff when I get out of work. And as much as like I hate like initially it was great because it's like I get to sleep in a little bit. I get to sleep in a little bit more, but it really drags on at the end of the day. And it's like I said, there's nothing you can do when you get out at 7. Monday through Friday, yeah. So I'm working to switch to 9 to 5:30 for however long I still have this job. Hopefully I get the one I've applied for. The job that I applied for, the people there, it would be my first salary job, so that's kind of exciting. It would be Monday through Friday, no holidays. See, that's kind of where like I always had a third shift schedule. I was always working late seconds into third shifts. And especially when I was like working security at a hospital, third shift was ideal just because I got paid more. But having and it was like I work week and then have a week off. And in that week off, trying to flip my schedule enough that I could have a social life and then flipping it back to a third shift schedule, it wrecked my body. And now I'm on this weird second shift schedule. Or actually, no, this would be the company's third shift because it's 10:30 to 7. So I'm trying to switch to a more first shift schedule just because they do. No, they absolutely do, Jive. They do. And believe me, I felt it. Which is why I'm glad. It's weird because like I don't work thirds anymore, but I'm still finding myself. But I'm guessing that's other mental things that they're trying to fix. With my brain. I still find myself up until 4 or 5 in the morning. Not on work nights. I do manage to get myself to sleep at 3:30 at the latest. My sleep schedule is fucked. But yeah, I'm trying to work towards a more first shift schedule. That way, it's like I can do stuff when I get out of work. It's not so much of a rush to be like, shit, we gotta get to the grocery store because it closes in an hour and a half. I just feel it'll be better. As a whole. But the new place that I've applied to, the first interview I had with their HR lady was great. It went on for a little over an hour. I've tried to talk Greer into doing that, but it's a little more expensive to do that. And she likes to see the things in the cart because a couple of the times that we've actually ordered groceries, they've picked the wrong sizes. Like I wouldn't be opposed to, but the amount of fuck ups that we've gotten just hasn't been a good time. It hasn't been a great time. I'm gonna go grab my water bottle. Give me a second. Like, I know we had ordered like some paper plates and we thought that we were getting like, adult sized paper plates, but they gave us like little baby paper plates, and it was like, what the fuck? Adulting sucks, man. Going through life, it's like you never realize just how much like you took for granted as a kid. It's like, man, my fridge was always stocked. I could eat whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted, and food would just magically reappear. And now I'm on the end of having to replenish what I eat, and it's like, fuck that, dude. Fuck that. No, thank you. I need ear surgery. I mean, if that works for you, then yeah, absolutely do it. I have a hard time with therapists. I have a hard time opening up to therapists. I have a hard time doing anything with a therapist. It's weird. I have like a hard, even though like he's not a therapist, my psychiatrist that I have, that's great. No, that's fantastic. That's if there's one lesson that any teacher needs to tell you is that, hey, your mental health will get you nowhere in life. So, you know what? That's hooray. That teacher deserves an award. I'm kidding. That's sarcasm. I need ear surgery. That's fun. My year has been just a clusterfuck of things going wrong. Our one cat, his heart's a little bigger than normal. He was supposed to have teeth surgery yesterday. He was supposed to get a bunch of teeth pulled yesterday because his jaw sits weird. So he's just ground his teeth like to the root. I know. It's sad. But since he's got like a bigger heart, he's got a little bit of like a murmur. And so now we need to take him. We had to spend $400 something on x-rays yesterday. And now we got to find a cat cardiologist to take a cat CT scan to look inside of his heart to see like what exactly is going on before they will feel comfortable putting him under. So there's that. I apparently have what's called like cholestoma or whatever the fuck in my ear. That's basically like a bunch of fucking saran wrap wrapped around shit inside my ear that they have to go in and scrape out. And there's like, no, that's true. No, it's nice that they care about him in that way. It just sucks for us because it's just more money that we don't have. I mean, if I'm able to get this job, I'd be making way more money. So then like I would feel much more comfortable like going out and getting these things for him and like doing these things. But currently we both live paycheck to paycheck, and it's pretty rough. We tried, and they classified his condition as a pre-existing condition, so we basically got told to go fuck ourselves when it came to pet insurance. Yeah, so I have cholestoma in both my ears, actually. It's not as bad in my right ear, but it's really bad in my left ear. We have a care credit card, and she was approved for like up to $1,400, and there's like vets and dentists and some doctors' offices that take this care credit. So it's not like a direct out of pocket expense, but also it's a credit card, and that fucking sucks. But yeah, I got cholestoma in my ear holes. And it was described as like a big bundles of saran wrap that he has to like go in the back of my ear and scrape out. And I could go deaf from it. So it's a fun thing I get to look forward to, hopefully at some point this year. Because I guess when my ear holes were forming, my eardrums, instead of sitting flush, instead of sitting flush with the whole shit in there, they sit a little bit backwards. They sit a little bit further back, so my ears are like consistently popping. I've dealt with it from childhood, and yeah, I've got saran wrap in my ears. Apparently, he did say it's a small chance from the surgery I can go deaf from it, but he did make me aware that I could. I have a deviated septum. That was fun to find out, but I was already pretty sure I had one of those. So that's eventually maybe going to be a surgery I have to fix. I think that one's more elective. I think that one's more elective unless it's like really impairing your breathing. What the fuck else is wrong with me? Oh, I have a wisdom tooth that's currently destroying itself in my mouth and has very sharp, jagged edges and cuts the fuck out of my tongue. And the dentist that we went to said, okay, yeah, that wisdom tooth is bad right now. I'm not going to say my life sucks. It's just I'm not having a good time right now. You know, I'm just not having a good time right now. So the dentist looked in my mouth and looked at that wisdom tooth and said, that's got to go eventually. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean eventually? And he was like, well, first what we want to do is we want to get in there and we want to like deep clean your teeth. So that there's cleaning your teeth, and then there's deep cleaning your teeth. And I need the deep clean, which is 3 separate appointments for each like sector of my fucking mouth. And each of those costs almost $300 with insurance. So before they will go after any fillings or recommend me to an oral surgeon to take out the tooth that is cutting the fuck out of my tongue. Right, like, what? So yeah, so before they said that they would recommend me to an oral surgeon, they want to deep clean my mouth. And then that's America, Mookie. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who I go to. It doesn't matter what dentist I go to. It's America. That's how it is here. That's how it is here. Like, I was talking to Greer, and I was like, I wonder if we didn't have insurance, if this shit would be cheaper. Because I went to a place, I didn't have any insurance. And they not only cleaned my teeth, but they pulled 2 wisdom teeth, both of my wisdom teeth that were on this side. No, there was one on the top here, there was one on the top here, one on the bottom here. They pulled both my wisdom teeth. They didn't want to touch the one on the bottom because they were scared of it. So the one on the bottom that's now trying to kill itself, needed an oral surgeon either way. But yeah, both my wisdom teeth, which are typically very expensive extractions, and a teeth cleaning for $15. Not $15 each, $15 as one whole appointment. I got both my wisdom teeth pulled and a cleaning and fillings. So yeah, and those places are typically, you have all your shit done by dental students as opposed to actual dentists. Dentists oversee the procedures and shit, but it's typically done by dental students. Which is why it's so cheap, because if they fuck up your mouth, that's the student, right? They can't maybe I don't know. I just regardless of where I go, I need an oral surgeon for my one wisdom tooth. No one's gonna touch that, so I need an oral surgeon. And then I have like one tooth growing in, that I was like, can I get this removed or what? And they're like, well, it's a very healthy tooth. We wouldn't want it to just get removed. And I was like, it's growing in. It rubs sections of my tongue raw. It needs to go. It needs to not be in my mouth. But it's such a healthy tooth. We'll see if it causes problems. I'm like, it is causing problems. I have one tooth in the back of my mouth cutting the fuck out of one section of my tongue. And then I have another tooth in my mouth growing in, just fucking... I hate our systems here. I hate people here. I mean, my teeth are fairly straight for the most part, but I'm who knows? Maybe once everything actually gets figured out, I might actually have to wear braces, at least, or something on my bottom teeth for sure. Because yeah, my top teeth are grew in fairly straight and fairly normal. Oof, that's no fun. Well, who knows? Maybe I'll get braces to try and pull that tooth back where it needs to be, which would be fucking obnoxious. So that's my life. That's my life right now. Transition. A little bit of a... Do they really? I wouldn't know. A little bit of a transition here. And it's a rant. It's a rant that I wanted to get into. Dude, that's fucking... Oh, dude, that fucking sucks. See, I think the weird thing about wisdom teeth for me is that, like, sometimes they don't grow. Like, that fucking weirds me out. Like, sometimes, like, there's teeth that just won't grow. But I guess, you know, it's whatever. I have a rant. I have a rant that I wanted to rant about. I do have a game that I want to play. This wasn't just me coming on here, ranting and raving, and getting all depressy. I do have a game that I want to play. But I wanted to actually talk. I wanted to, you know, I did. I haven't downloaded them yet, but I will for sure. They seem interesting. They seem interesting, very for sure. Oh, it's the song. I have a very hard time enjoying Western RPGs. There is a distinct difference between JRPGs and Western RPGs for the most part. I know sometimes they overlap a little bit, but my gripe with JRPGs is that there's just a lot of exposition. In a small way, it feels like it with the JRPG, it kind of feels like they feel like you won't get the subtleties or the nuances of, you know, they feel like I won't be able to read between the lines. Or they have to keep reminding me of characters. And I can deal with that. I can deal with exposition. It's fine. Because sometimes I do. Sometimes I do forget about a character. And then they come back up. And then the character that I'm playing as, like, oh, it's you, character. And I'm like, oh, shit. That's who that was. Yeah. Western RPGs have a disgustingly bad habit of making me feel stupid. Of making me feel dumb. Even when I'm not, I feel like they don't respect their players' brains enough. And what I mean by that is Western RPGs have a bad habit of making their character talk to themselves way too fucking much. I get having little inner monologues here and there. But sometimes I just want to explore. Sometimes I just want to explore the world that I'm in without hearing my character go, "Oh man, maybe I should go check out that water filter that I was asked about." I'll go do a side quest. And then after that side quest is over, I'm glad I got that figured out. But maybe now I should go check. Maybe now I should go check that water filter that I was asked about. Then I'll go do another side quest, or I'll be exploring, and maybe I should go check out that water filter that I was asked about. And then I cave, and I give in, and I go check out this water filter, and it's a puzzle. Great. I love puzzles in games. I enjoy puzzles in games. Puzzles in games are fantastic. But Western RPGs give you 0.00003 seconds to solve the fucking puzzle before they're like, "Oh, maybe if I used my grappling hook to get up to that ledge up there." And it's like, let me think about it for a second. Let me think about the puzzle for a minute. Let me trial and error. Let me do these things. And I think what game companies, because I know there was a big controversy when Elden Ring came out, and it was kind of blowing up, and people were like, "This is what we want in games. This is what we want in games." And you had like developers trashing the game. To an extent, Elden Ring is what I kind of want in an RPG. And I don't need a boss that fucking kills me by looking at me. I don't need no information. But the ability to explore in a game, to me, is very important. The ability to solve a puzzle without my character telling me what the puzzle solution is what I want in a video game. And it makes me upset. Because there's a lot of games. There's a lot of games that do that. There's a lot of games that do that recently. I don't mind a little marker on my map here and there. But like I said, I can deal with exposition. I can deal with needless exposition. I love Hideo Kojima. I love his games. I love his style. So I can deal with exposition. Death Stranding was walking in exposition. That's what Death Stranding was, and I loved that game. That game was great because it was such a chill fucking game to play. The scenery, the graphics, the songs, the music, it was such a chill fucking game to play. And then when you got to a cutscene, it was just fucking a fucking nut bust of exposition. But I can deal with that. I can deal with exposition. I just don't enjoy. I found it harder and harder for me to enjoy Western RPGs, because every time I play one, and this is mostly kind of focused at Horizon, beautiful game, great story, fantastic voice acting, great graphics. Even with Spider-Man, even with the newest Spider-Man, just the consistent talking to themselves, the consistent reminders of what I should be doing. The consistent reminders of like and then just let the moment breathe. Let the moment breathe. Let me figure things out. Let me solve the puzzle. Let me do the thing. Let me do the stuff. Let me do the. Gets me riled up. Hold on, I have a photo I have to check out. Uno más. That's my rant. That's my rant. That's how I feel. That's my rant. I'm essentially tired of being told what to do. I'm essentially tired of being told what to do in video games. Let me explore. Let me solve the puzzles. Let me fuck shit up if I can. You know. With all of that said, I'm gonna play the Stanley Parable. I've never ever played the Stanley Parable ever in my life. I haven't looked anything up about it. I haven't done anything with it. I haven't done a single thing with it. But that's what I'm gonna play. Speaking of games that I want to play, so the very first game that I played on stream was the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Well, the very first game that I played solo. When this was a 3-piece, we were playing Heroes of the Storm, the occasional PUBG match. But when I broke off and we all separated and I started doing this solo, the very first game that I played to completion on my stream was the Final Fantasy VII remake. Well, no, I still talk and game and play with Arthur. So only one of the things ended badly. Oh, I know. That's why I'm saying only one part of the 3-piece was a nah for me. After Final Fantasy, I challenged myself to get through 2 games. It's a nah from me, bruv. I challenged myself to get through 2 games that I had been sitting on and had played very, very casually. And that was Neo and Neo 2. I recently on my old PS5, I recently have bought the super high def PlayStation 5 remastered versions of Neo and Neo 2, which includes all the DLC. I want to go back to it. I want to go back to them both. I want to go back to Neo. I want to go back to Neo 2. And I want to beat them. I want to beat both of them. And I want to aim for a much smaller death count. I basically want to do like a Neo revisited and then a Neo 2 revisited. And I want to try and get through the game and their DLC with a much lower death count. I think when I finished Neo 1, my death count was 346. That was Neo 1. That was the first Neo. That was all the DLC. I think I ended Neo 1 at 346. And then Neo 2. Neo 2 really kicked my ass. And I think I ended Neo 2 upwards close to 400. Close to 400. Like, it was like right on the precipice of 400. But that was because of the last boss of the final DLC of Neo 2. 38 of my deaths were attributed to one boss. And it was the final boss of Neo 2. So I am going to come back. Hi, Rena. How are you? How are you doing? I linked in my Discord. Well, I didn't link. I had a bot link in my Discord. I've just been ranting and raving about mental health and how I hate Western RPGs, and I have saran wrap in my ears that they gotta scrape out, and I hate my job and burnout. What else? What else? What else did I yell about? I'm revisiting Neo and Neo 2 at some point, Rena, to try and beat the games. Thank you, Rena. I very, 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 very much appreciate you. I do. 100%. But yeah, I want to revisit Neo 2, and I want to try and beat both of those games. They have. They have. They definitely have. It's been nice to just kind of chill and lurk, and it's kind of I was telling Jive earlier. It's like I try and go in and I try and lurk with everybody. It's kind of like exhausting as well for me to interact with people. So it's like I know I'm not like, sometimes I can come in there and I can interact and I can chat and I can do all kinds of stuff. But I've just been burnt out. So even like interacting has been mentally draining. But I think I've figured out my problem. I think I've fixed my problem. So hopefully I'm done with month-long hiatuses between streams, because I miss this. I miss talking with everybody. I miss interacting with people. I miss seeing everybody. I miss talking and seeing and interacting, and it's just burnout. Burnout is rough. Yep. That's exactly what you're hearing. You are hearing that exactly. We are going to 24-hour, 24/7 just progression, consistent progression. We're gonna do no gear naked runs on Ultimate Thornton. And just see how long we can actually last in that in that. Before I start this game that I keep looking over at, I did just want to say I do plan on hooking my PlayStation 5 back up to my computer and going back through Neo and going back through Neo 2, and hopefully I can end both games. The goal is under 100 deaths. Under 100 deaths for Neo and Neo 2. We did. Yeah, I was just coming off of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I was just coming off the Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I was challenging myself to get through games that I'd been sitting on and that I absolutely loved that I just never beat. That's actually why I started streaming. My whole goal when I started streaming was to beat games that I had just been sitting on. And Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then Neo 2 was the what's something fucked, Mookie? What'd you just realize? But yeah, Arena. So that's my goal. Is I'm gonna go back through, because I think I said I ended Neo 1 at well over 300 deaths, 346 I believe, and then I ended Neo 2 upwards to 400. We've been friends for a very long time. We have been friends for a very long time. A very, very long time. And it all started with World of Warcraft. It all started with WoW. Bringing people together since whenever the fuck WoW started. World of Sadcraft. I agree. Are you excited? Are you excited for the expansion? Are you happy? Are you happy with what they're doing? You are? So now we have two very conflicting opinions. I am excited for the talent trees to come back. I'm excited for the talent trees to come back because I'm hoping it'll allow... You might be happy. It might turn out to be something that you enjoy. I don't like the talent system as is. I think I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. Shadowlands, I almost said Shadowbringers. Shadowlands was very depressing. I had such high hopes for Shadowlands. Like, I went into it with the hype. I went into it with my breasts full of hype. Breasts aplenty. Um, and, uh, and I got into Shadowlands, and my breasts just deflated and were just full of sadness at that point. Um, you weren't there for Mists? Mists was really good. The friend that I don't talk to anymore. The friend that I don't talk to, the ex-friend. I can't say the friend that I don't talk to because they're not my friend anymore. Hated it. He absolutely hated Mists of Pandaria, but I loved Mists of Pandaria. I loved the aesthetic. I loved all the systems that they had. Exactly, rip the titties. You don't like WoD? Panda was really good. I liked the idea of Warlords of Draenor. I really liked the idea of WoD. It was. No, I agree. I agree. The fact that, and because then like because then like they came out and they were like, oh yeah, we had all of this content planned, and then we said, nah, and they just fucking cut it. They just fucking cut all the content that they had planned for WoD. I liked I liked the idea of the garrisons. I really did, but and I didn't even like. I'm one of the few that didn't mind that it was like a solo experience when it came to the garrisons, because it was nice. I think what my biggest issue with World of Warcraft is, they bring something in, and it's either half baked or there's too much going on. And then they try to fix it, and they try to fix it, and they try to fix it, and then they just go, you know what? Guess what? New expansion, everything that you just did doesn't matter. Borrowed power is a problem. Like, I thought the idea of, in Legion, I thought the idea of having like one fucking badass weapon was so cool. I loved Legion. Legion was great. I enjoyed it. And then they said, guess what? Your weapons are gone. Your weapons are gone. Like, I would have been okay with them getting rid of the weapons if when you start an alt and you're going through Legion, the base mechanics of that fucking expansion still applied. Not you get your weapon and it's like, oh, this weapon's dead. Sucks to suck, dude, but you're stuck with this weapon through this expansion until you hit the next level area to get out of this expansion. Because now trying to go through Legion fucking sucks. Like, there's nothing fun about Legion anymore because there's no upgrade. There's no going through it. And I get that Legion is old content, but I think... Well, I know you don't even have to do Legion. I mean, I just think in general, the whole, like, they add things, and then they just go, all right, this is gone, and now it's... All right, so you know what? We're going to give you... We're gonna give you Mountain Dew Voltage. Here you go. You got Mountain Dew Voltage. Then the expansion's over. They're like, okay, we're gonna take away Mountain Dew Voltage and we're gonna add some water to it so it doesn't taste good anymore. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna give you a new system, and this new system is Bean Boozled. And this new Bean Boozled system, there's a whole bunch of talent tree tiers here. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, some of them are really bad, but you're not gonna know. So have fun with that, and then we're probably going to get rid of some of these bad flavors here, and we're gonna patch them out, and we're gonna bring in another Bean Boozled, and we're gonna put in different types of beans. And that's wow. And then once this new expansion comes out, they're gonna be like, okay, you enjoyed Bean Boozled, you had fun with our Bean Boozled system. That's gonna go away, and now we're gonna bring in Mountain Dew Spark. You're gonna have Mountain Dew Spark as your system this time. And it's just, and they're gonna water it down and then take it away. But I think from what I gathered from the new expansion coming out is that they're not like adding systems on systems. They're reworking talents. They're giving us talent trees back, and I think that's exciting. I think having that much customization is good. Is good because when it comes down to it, you look at every player, and everyone's the same. Everyone is exactly the same. And I guess you could say that's like kind of that's a problem in Final Fantasy as well, is you get to end game and everyone's the same. But every Unholy Death Knight is exactly like every other Unholy Death Knight. Every affliction lock is just like the next affliction lock coming up behind. Everyone's the same, and it just kind of makes me sad. It kind of makes me sad. I'm also not a fan of the bait and switch. I can appreciate a good bait and switch, but WoW typically does the bait and switch really bad. I liked Burning Crusade because the main goal the whole time was Illidan. Just Illidan. I liked Wrath of the Lich King because the whole time your main goal was Arthas. There was no ooh, here's some secret spooky thing. I liked, what came after? Wasn't Cataclysm after Wrath? Do I have my expansions mixed up? I think it was Cataclysm. And that was just Deathwing. So Cataclysm was just Deathwing. There was no spooky secret thing. Cataclysm was Deathwing. And then you had Mists, which didn't start with a villain. But that became Garrosh. And then Wad was Burning Crusade, Wrath, Miss Pandaria, Worlds of Draenor, Battle for Azeroth. Okay, so then you had Miss Pandaria that didn't start with a villain, as far as I'm aware. Didn't start with like a big bad. But the big bad ended up being Garrosh. And then Warlords of Draenor, wasn't that still just Garrosh and friends? Wasn't Wad just like Garrosh and friends? I think. And then they try to pull some bullshit bait and switch. Code. Hi. How are you? And fucking Battle for Azeroth tried to pull this stupid stinky bait and switch where they tried to sell the idea of a war expansion and then gave us a not war expansion. And then the little tidbits, the little crumbs, the little yummy bittles of war that they gave us was rep locked. And I think the biggest fucking thing that I hate about World of Warcraft, the biggest thing, is when you rep lock my story content. I'm doing okay, Code. Happy Friday to you as well. I'm doing it's to get the point home, because it's not like a gentle caress. and jerk. It's to get the point home that this is not a pleasurable experience for me. I have to fucking smash it. Don't rep lock my story content. That's what I dislike. You're going to sell me a war story and then give me tiny little biddles of war that's rep locked, and then completely forget that we're in a war. And all of a sudden there's a god, there's an old god deep in the ocean, and he's spooky and purple. Oh, he's dead. Intense wanking. That's what it is. I'm ranting. Code. That's what you walked in on. I'm currently ranting. Then Shadowlands, they tried to just tie everything into, oh yeah, this big dude. Everything that you experienced, it was this guy. Also, most of your story content is going to be locked behind rep. Even though it's not called rep, it's whatever influence or whatever the fuck goop you had to get for your covenant. Most of the story was locked behind that, and that made me angry. So I'm really hoping I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play the new expansion, and I'm gonna really hope that it's I don't want to get bait and switched, essentially. How was your Friday, Code? How are you? What are you doing? It seems late. It seems late for you to be alive. But I don't know you. And I don't know your life. So who knows? Maybe this is actually this is early. I don't know. You need some chill beats to relax to? Callie Kronk. He's a close personal friend of mine. He makes music. That said, now that I'm done screaming and ranting and yelling to the void, I'll BRB because I really have to pee. I drank too much water too fast. You have to work tomorrow? It's fucking gross, dude. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was Rocket League, though. Also, Nuffy, I don't have a peak band because I'm dumb. I'm gonna need to get me one of those. I'm gonna need to get me a peak band. I used all my creativity on everyone else's commands. I don't have one. I don't have any for myself. All that burnout and these month-long hiatuses. That sucks. I'm so sorry. My job was actually talking about possibly having us work on weekends because Meyer pharmacies are open on weekends, so why aren't we working on weekends? You know, they still need help. Fucking stupid. Glad the games were a blast. It's always fun. If you ever need cool beats, if you ever need cool jams, if you follow, maybe I can post this link. I need to make this link a. This playlist is apparently by my good friend Callie Kronk. He says this particular playlist, which is what you're hearing in your ear holes right now, is DMCA free. At least for streaming. And it's his music as well as a bunch of other artists with some chill, relaxing beats. If you ever need something. That said, though, I should probably start this video game that I said I was going to do years ago. I'm going to be playing the Stanley Parable. That's what I'm going to be doing. I've never played it before. I heard it's a fucking ride of a game. It's a game that plays you. I heard, yeah. So I've heard it's a fucking trip. Nuffy, did your arm ever come in? What kind of arm did you get? Like, what's your situation now? What's the sitch? What's the sitch on your boom arm situation, man? Do you have it all figured out? Do you have it at a good spot? Do you have it? Do you have it in this, like, up here? Or is it like way back here? Wait, I need to know what your situation is because I'm nosy. Also, this is probably going to be loud because I haven't fucked with audio yet. So here we go. I'll switch over in a minute. I feel you. I'm still... You're just telling code? Yeah, I still have to... I have it at a particular angle right now, but I don't know what to do with mine, man. Sometimes I feel like I'm sitting here, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this is a good spot. And then sometimes I'm like, you know what if I have it, like, right here? I think this could be a good spot. I just turn my microphone like this, and I just kind of move it like this. And then, like, Jive... Jive looks like his is coming from the ceiling, and I don't have I feel like that would work for me if I had it coming from the ceiling. Let me switch to this and see if it's actually gonna, let's do English subtitles. Okay, this is loud. This is kind of loud. We're gonna do English subtitles confirm. Right in front of my so what if my camera's not on? Hold on. I fucked up. I fucked up. Okay. I think we're good. I think we Gucci. Hold on. I gotta check that. Ew, that was gross. I gotta check this one. Make sure everything's Gucci here. Yeah. Okay. Let's pop that there. No, I had stream. No, hold on. What the fuck? What? I had stream avatars at the top. Okay. So whoop, pop that all the way up there. All right. So I'm gonna move my camera, and I need to know if it's like. I need to know, like, is this good? Do I have this like in the right spot? Is that perfect? Because then, like, if I sit back, I need to have it like right here. Is this perfect? Is this good? Can you guys see me? Are we having a good time? Do I look like a real streamer? Am I real streamer mode right now? Let me try and get my... Okay, we have the options back. Have I played the Stanley Parable before? No, I haven't. Hold on, let me let me move my shit back. I had my camera more in front of me in a very unflattering angle. Anonymous Dickaroo. I had my camera in front of me in a very unflattering angle, but the cats are very fond of my desk. So I can't have it there because I've walked in too many times with my camera like fucking dangling off my desk. So that's a no-go. Why do I seem so fucking far away? Hold on. See, there I don't seem so far away. I have a Razer Keo. I don't have any webcam. I don't have any webcam. Let's see if I can try one of these you'll get to work. Hold on. I think this one. There it is. Let's see what happens when I zoom. I didn't see anything happen. Did it zoom in for you guys? Because I didn't. Nope. Wait. All right, don't worry about it. It's fine. Have I played the Stanley Parable before? No, I have not. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. There we go. Wait, hold on. You didn't see anything? Yeah, me either. I didn't. You streaming tomorrow enough? Please enter the current time. Oh, shit. Oh, I just knew that to begin with. No, PM. Do I really have to? Perfect. Note, accessibility set. Okay. Sounds great. I'm going to need you guys to tell me if this is too loud. Is this loud? Is this too loud? Is this good sound? If I'm around, I should be. I could probably squeeze a couple games in with you tomorrow. Cause I agree, solo queues are not fun, and I would never do them. How loud is this? I feel that. Like, with me talking right now, and then the sound of the game, is it good? Is everything good? Is everything all right? Holy shit! You can see on my computer. You can see the computer be doing things over there. What the fuck is that? This is how subtitles will be displayed. What the fuck is going on over there? I don't. Okay, good. As long as it sounds solid, that's all I care about. Voice is good. Game seems good. Perfect. All right, begin the game. Never the end is never the end is never the end is loading. Never. Thanks you guys.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
It's very loud in my ears.
Made exactly
I don't think it's supposed to be.
Was happy.
I don't think it's supposed to be a scary game.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
The day
no
off,
one
then
had
go
showed
home.
up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
What if I don't want to step out of my office though? Can I sit back down? Can I just sit back down and not? I don't have legs. Legs are gone. This would fucking suck. What a shitty cubicle. Is this an episode? It might be. Alright. From what I know, the only thing I know is that there's a lot of like... Okay, let me bring this down to 50. Let me just bring this all down to 50.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a...
Nice. Let's work with these settings and see let's see how it goes. All right. Yeah, no, fuck this, dude. See, this is the kind of job that I would hate. I would hate to be in a fucking cubicle like this. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Okay, now how does it sound now?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is that better? With him talking?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
It's fucking bright as fuck out there, boy. The paper poster grind? It's the best kind of grind there is when you just, what does that say, number one dad? Beautiful. I hate Mondays, me too. So relatable. Who farted? Wasn't me. Oh, what a goof. What a gaff.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Still gonna touch everything. I like work. I just hate my boss. Relatable. They do be having these pictures. They do be having these pictures in cubicles. Can't leave the computer on, man. Energy conservation. Could you imagine having this office next to that? Next to a fucking... Oh, what a shit... Dude was playing fucking solitaire. What a shitty office.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
That's rude. Be my Valentine. That's fucking rude. Don't be a dick about it, man. Fuck. Look at the drops on those fucking leaves, though. Detail.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yes, I did.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, alright. Yeah, of course, yeah. I don't know what the objective is. I gotta go to the meeting room. Look at this. This is beautiful.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
Dude, it's great.
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
It's great. What a great room. Dude, I'd be pissed.
Yes, really worth it being here in the room.
Thank you.
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Honestly, it looks like Pepsi. Maybe some. Oh, that green one might be Mountain Dew, but it honestly just looks like Pepsi and Fanta.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
That's rude, man.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room.
That's fucking rude.
Open door on his left to get back to business.
Nah, fam.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Fucking rude, dude. It's a pretty fucking dope office, though. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I did it. I beat the game. On to the next one. Yeah.
Co-workers were gone.
Yeah, Nuffy, I should be able to
Stanley decided to
play a
get
couple
meeting.
games with you
Perhaps
tomorrow.
he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. This narrator's sassy.
When Stanley came to a set of
No.
two open door, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
So now I gotta see what goes on this
Stopped
way.
by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Beautiful room.
Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. But eager to get back to business.
Back to business.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Absolutely not, my friend.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who the fuck is her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who's been waiting? What the fuck? Jesus.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Eat a dick. Eat a dick, narrator. You can't control me.
Here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone.
Nope.
He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another.
Nope.
Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action.
I'm so good at this game.
Possible. None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
I'm sorry, what?
Observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best
Oh.
part of being a real person.
Oh, okay.
And if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here...
No, I didn't go. Thank
And
you.
at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself
Can't.
speaking with a person who does not make sense,
Can't.
in all likelihood,
My
that
mouse is
person
stuck.
is not real.
I can't do
Allow
it.
the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking.
I'm stuck.
Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
What the It's...
Excellent.
Oh.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
8 choices a
You make
day.
more
Everyone
than
needs...
8, less. And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are
I
actually
can't
meaningful,
take my mouse
whether
off of
you'll
this.
ever make a significant contribution to the world,
I have alt-tabbed,
just
but it's not
remember
letting me.
that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should
It's
subside.
me.
At
Aw.
this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Perfect. Good. Can't wait.
Welcome back.
What the fuck?
You noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Alright. Let me do this. Okay. Well, yeah, it wasn't even letting me pause the game. I had to watch that fucking informational video. Let me... But now I feel better, because now I feel like I can make choices. Here, let me stream manager, change my stuff. I make good choices. Stanley. Perfect. Stanley Parable. Ultra Deluxe. Done. Everything's updated. Bada bing, bada boom. I've updated the room. And now here we go. Stoop-de kaboom. Perfect. Alright, resume the game. Alright. I fucked up the world for making bad choices. Let's see how else I can fuck this up. Oh look, there's gates on this. I can't jump off.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Already done it once.
The main character dying senselessly halfway through the story.
This is halfway through the
That
story?
Make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Oh, that's depressing. I really enjoy how they made it so I couldn't jump off again. No, okay. Well, that's not creepy. Door's just fucking opening. Not creepy at all. I hope he knows I'm gonna make the wrong choice. Is it having me walk all the way back and go to the...
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
They're gonna, yep.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nah, fam.
No! Why did you do that?
Oh,
Quickly,
shit.
hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Oh, shit. Oops. What if I just keep... One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, B, 4, 5, 6, B, 4, 5. Oh. I wonder if it's some sort of code. Okay, so I have to go left. All right. All right. There it is. I actually had my water bottle ready this time.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't
Nailed it.
believe after everything we talked about that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that?
Had a good time.
What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now.
It was a
What am
good
I
time.
supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever.
Yeah, you
Living its
will.
impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Oh.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you.
Yeah, you are, buddy.
Who thought you were so clever.
I was.
Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you run it into the ground.
So now I feel like a
What, did you think
dick.
that would be funny?
Yeah,
You just had to see.
I did.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
I
He
mean,
actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I couldn't. I had.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as choosing responsibly,
Oh.
always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
I like the resets. I like those. Just those hard ass fucking. All right. All right. Okay. Do not alter without consulting the whiteboard.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his
Oh, it's an office party.
hoping he might find an answer there.
Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Target. Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Sounds right. Get Chris out of the broom closet. What the fuck? Synergize papers. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of... All right. The rate of increase in slide. Please, no more charts. Please, a bit. Stop. Oh. On your boss appreciation minute worksheet, circle the top 20 you love the most about your boss. Could you fucking imagine? We need reviews. 402 and 405. Want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net? Some sort of child trap. Throw something in the ideas bin. Space between the teenagers. What the actual fuck, dude? Grass? 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 Still in that broom closet. Sorry, bud.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Dude, what a bougie fucking office.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication
What the
of any
fuck?
human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who
What the fuck is
orchestrated
happening
this,
with those
until he
pandas?
saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
Well, isn't that fucking convenient?
115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work?
I am the most
One way to
expensive
find out.
boss.
Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
My cum is stinky. Is it? How speak?
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Am I speaking? Night Shark 115?
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
Is-
You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 115. What the fuck? Let me in. To.
Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating
I tried.
to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do.
Hello?
I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously.
I
If you
tried.
want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You
I-
had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done
I
whatever
did.
the hell you wanted over there.
I
Why did you
did.
come this way?
He made me.
Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You. When Stanley came to a set of
What the fuck?
door on his left. Stanley? Hello?
What the fuck is happening?
Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end. I did it.
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me?
What the fuck just happened?
Fine, they're both correct. You can't be wrong here. We
Apparently.
accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do.
It's a little,
As much time as you need.
it's a little sad. Stanley over here looking like a goop. It started me over. Oh my god.
His
Okay.
coworkers were gone. What did it mean?
All right.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Came to a room.
Came to a
Whoop.
set of two open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Oh wait, I should have gone to the right and answered the phone instead of unplugging it.
Yet there was not a single
Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably all the time every day with them.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping
That's-
he might find an answer there.
That's how it seems. How to solve dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive aggressive on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Jesus fucking Christ, Chris.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
But I want. You can't let me open a door and then just not give me a choice.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Okay.
He wasn't even doing anything.
It's scary for no reason.
Though coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I did not. What? Hi. I wrote this in first period. Left, it is your teacher, and it's what all the cool kids are doing. We the cat's on a motorcycle. Hey, is good. Can I? All the kids actually each other pages on their. Okay. I can't read that. It's impossible. I tried my hardest. I tried my hardest to get as close to the screen as I could.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished.
Thank you,
His boss
Code.
would think he was crazy. And then
How-
something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all.
Is it?
None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
I don't.
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
It's a
Were
good
they
question.
repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
To have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone.
None of those
He
times
wasn't
are the
going
right
to
time.
lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons.
$1.25?
I may as well
Jesus
enjoy
Christ.
this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
What?
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so
That makes
lucid?
sense.
And then
I would do the
perhaps
same
the
thing,
greatest question of
except
all
I would reward myself
Stanley's head.
with eating ice
One
cream.
he was
With eating
amazed
ice
he
cream.
hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange.
What the
I'm
fuck?
thinking about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be?
What?
Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself.
My hurt.
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control. That this was
What the
a
fuck
dream.
is happening?
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my
So anyways,
job.
I was there
All I
looking
want is
at
my life
myself in the
exactly the
mirror,
way it's always
giving
been.
myself a real
My life
hard,
is normal.
lengthy,
I am
unmoisturized, dry
Everything
tug.
will be
When hey,
Tukey and decided they wanted 6 of their peeps to hear me talk about my little peeper.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up.
What's
My
going
name is
on?
Stanley.
What's going on,
I have a
Saul?
boss, I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And
Age for the rate of 6 people. I don't I don't know what the fuck is going. I broke the game once already, became God.
of a woman named Mariella.
So about this peeper. It's a little peeper.
On a day like any other, she arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings. and
Wait,
went
what the
to her
fuck?
place at work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the
How
sidewalk.
is
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the
want to
story
shout yourself out, Tukey? I think it's SO.
crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane.
Hey, there you go.
Control of my mind. I know what is real and what is
Thanks for the raid, Tukey. Soul, I hope we're doing good. Welcome in.
Seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no
I am. I'm silver 2 right now.
Only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
What the actual fuck just happened? Code, how did I lose again? Hold on, I gotta finish this text. You hit gold today? Fuck yeah, dude. That's dope. Okay. So I'm playing as you're still sitting in bronze, dude. It's
Co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
it's a hard grind, man. It's so fucking hard.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But what's the fun in listening to the narrator? But the question is, now do I go right and
Stanley came
answer the
to
phone?
two open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Because there's a whole other option if I go right and then I actually answer the phone. So I went right and I unplugged the phone and I broke the game. Okay, no, we're going to go answer the phone.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
We're going to get another ending. We're going to lose again.
Stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art.
It's a great lounge.
What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley?
Honestly, I think it's the #1 dad mode.
Its subtle charm. No. Stanley knew it was something deeper.
Something darker.
Something darker.
Oh shit, is that the real... No, it's not. Wait, is that the real time right now? No. Wait,
Yes. Really, really worth it being here in the room.
no.
A room so
Close, but
captivating
no.
that even though all you're but eager to get
Don't worry
back
about
to
it.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
You think I'm going to take the first open door to my left, but no. Absolutely
Stanley
not.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Fuck yeah, bro. Alright. I've already jumped off once.
Perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
What does that
I
say?
realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
I'm the main character, dude. I got main character syndrome.
Neglecting Stanley, someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
You can't tell me what to do.
Stanley,
My parents are
your
dead.
chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her
If anyone knows that reference, you're old.
She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
I did it. I answered the phone. It's fucking bright, dude.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
Oh, she's making bread.
Right. Okay,
Aw.
there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
That's
Who wanna
rude.
commit their life to you?
That's
I'm
true.
trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Oh. Alright.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Yeah, I guess I did.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work,
Wait,
he
where's
stepped
the
up from
TV?
his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
Are we resetting?
Excited him terribly.
Are we resetting again? Press T to spend time with the boys.
So he went further.
No, where are my
He
boys?
came to two open doors and that he could go through either. But he last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
Oh boy.
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
This one.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head, he relived it again, and then again.
Climb over, let me go to bed.
Again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed.
It's kind of
The
depressing.
longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I have to pee. This is my life. This is my stream. I want to thank you all for coming. Thank you for making the choice to be here this evening after a month of me being away to watch me sit here and battle the idea of pressing G on my keyboard.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to.
This is...
Make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
Not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. and I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
Please.
And Stanley pushed a button, and I tried.
All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Please not. Okay. Well, there it is.
Stanley
All right.
came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single
Yep.
person
Tips for not getting fired. We read all those, didn't we?
disbelief.
Nothing in the broom closet. Yep.
No, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say any coming to a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
All right. Maybe. This isn't the same. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. Extreme bathrooms. Time. Yeah, dude. Grinding that Apex, man. Is that hemp lotion? Is that hemp soap? Looks like it. That's not the same room. I have confusion. Why is it that? What is that picture? Why that sounds that business strategy? Strategy. I realized it said strategy. It's business strategy. Is this the way to, where do I I don't know where to go. Is this the boss's room?
Stepping into his manager's office.
Oh no, I went the right way. Fuck.
To discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled,
Damn
Stanley
it.
wondered in disbelief
I went the
what
right way.
orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Amazing. He
Sheer
stepped into the newly opened passageway.
luck. Sheer luck. What? Oh, I thought I did I go the wrong? Okay.
Descending deeper into the
I thought I went the wrong way for a second. Like, that's it. Okay, went down an elevator. Start over.
There was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
What the fuck is even happening anymore?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Oh, I bet I do.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward,
Uh-huh.
and willingly confront his death.
Absolutely. I thought it was...
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
Oh, good lord.
Stanley,
Are you kidding?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as
What?
Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
What the fuck is happening?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Bro, this is like too big brain for me, dude.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. What the fuck? Lich, how you doing? The two doors. And once it's removed, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it. And explore. What the filing cabinets? Who would have known? Who would have known that those are office computers? Same. 50 Shades of same, dude. Stressed and depressed. That's what it's all about. That's the life we're living out here. Also very fucking confused. Is it mine? It's the office. And the button sounds. A selection of sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of... Nice. Nice. Am I, where the fuck am I? Hey, look, it's the maintenance room. These are good credits. Oh, there's different versions of the boss is off? No, that's them creating it. Okay. It's just like a fucking... What?
Then he pushed the number 4.
The entire game roughly 3 separate times over 2 years of development?
Stanley pushed the orange lever.
Jesus fuck, dude.
Elevator for sure would get him right back on track to where
That's fucking insane. What's got you stressed and depressed, Lich? You missed my rant from earlier. I went in about me being stressy, depressy. Explains why the fucking grind is so. What the fuck? Why is there a war zone? We designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it was far too jokey and on the nose. Huh. What a fun little room. I want to tell you that I like Stanley as much as I like seeing a humorously small badger in swim trunks. Indeed, I liked it. Please, I would like you to keep it top secret and leave if you are not interested and get back to me. Transfer 24 million to a Libyan client. Dead strong bad. How do you type with boxing gloves on? Bad. What the fuck? After the second trailer we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these for further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. What the actual fuck? In previous versions, the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Huh. There's so much going on. There's so much to fucking take in. This ending went through many. This room represents the fourth version of the ending. We thought it was complete, but decided to abandon and change it shortly before launch. The game is now paused. How do? Oh, there's an exit. Alright. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and...
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
We're back again.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
What? Wait, what? No, this is the right office, right?
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Yep, okay.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I want to go that other way. There's another way for me to go.
In this incredible room, Stanley but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yes, I did.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted started to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
All right.
No, it's to the right, my mistake.
Oh, all right.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Oh, good. My narrator doesn't know what I'm doing.
Let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Good. All right. Perfect. Here we go.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I
Oh,
kidding?
you got fired.
It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
I failed again.
Suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Jesus fucking Christ.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
I didn't do anything, man.
The story somewhere, or a... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. What the actual fuck, dude? Much lost. Wait, what?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we just...
Everyone knows what you did. They're just holding back till you torture yourself.
It's unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, all right. Starting over again. Here we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's
Jesus
possible
fuck.
the story is back where we just came from.
All right.
We go back the other direction and see if we missed anything.
Off we go.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Good fucking lord. What?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all.
What the
Is
actual...
this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yay!
Congratulations!
I did it. I
I
won.
know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So,
I'm the winner.
good job.
I'm such a good player.
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that.
That's fucking
Some
rude.
people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm
Rude
getting
ass
weirded out
motherfucker.
by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Well, here we go. Second verse, same.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
All right.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
This is great. The mood is very much lightened. Wait, what the fuck?
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You don't want to miss anything.
Yeah, that's a fern.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh, we're
We're
back. We're back here.
You have done this to us, and after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oh, wait, look, the line's back.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
All right, sounds good, Mr. Narrator. We're gonna go in this direction and we're gonna make our own fucking
this
story.
Is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
Apparently going in
Use your
fucking
imagination.
circles.
Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
All right, here we go.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story.
Oh.
No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Why was it TM'd? Off it goes on its own little adventure line story.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here.
Okay.
Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay.
All right.
So I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means
I can do
that
this.
somewhere, the place where we're trying to
You
go,
can't fuck this up.
there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one.
That makes
Another
sense to
bit of
me.
logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending. And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes?
Oh.
Determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Well, all right. We don't have to do it, man.
Stopped?
Perfect.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
What is this, Returnal?
Whatever it is that made this schedule, how would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait.
Yeah.
I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now.
No, that's exactly where we are right now.
Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Jesus fucking Christ. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You can't.
Oh, new content?
You can't.
What does that mean, new content?
You can't just give me a door that says new content and expect me not to fucking take it. I am a child.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Okay.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
That's what I'm playing right now. Yeah. Okay.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
That's how it goes, right? That's how DLC works.
Step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
This is going to be great. This is going to be fantastic. This is going to be the best story that you, me, and the world over has ever seen.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Here we go. Content.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Absolutely invigorating content here.
Is that it?
That was amazing.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Literally.
Another elevator.
I don't think any other DLC will ever match the jump circle. Nothing you will ever play in your life will match the jump circle.
Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell,
It's true.
I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it.
I have never really been interested in... I played the first Destiny. I played the first Destiny and... Thank you. I played the first one and it just wasn't...
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley?
It just wasn't,
Tootie, disco, cutie, hoodie, 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 tootie, disco, cutie. You're so cute, thanks.
Sincerely _ has been giving me money for 21 months. Weit hoch? War www.
Quality assurance department signed off on this. I'm infuriated and I'm offended.
I agree.
And I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Yep.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Yeah, I played the first Destiny and I got really upset with the first Destiny because I never felt progression. Like, no matter how much new gear and stuff I got, I never felt any sense of progression. And so I never really actually picked up Destiny 2. I mean, it's free. I got it for free, but...
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to crawl an event and talk to a man. Tonight is your 13th reason.
See the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
That's rude, man.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
What a dick. I have a couple of friends that try and get me to play Destiny. It's not the same.
Okay. You remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
What the fuck?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
What the fuck is happening right now? Memories, sweet memory.
Stanley, doesn't the Memory
Don't
Zone
forget.
remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Huh. Your third... Why is tonight your 13th reason? Why is... I don't know. That's why. Yeah, it's still super shitty. I'm not happy about that. And I'm not even there for you. It's their first dollar! Like Mr. Krabs. Smile because it happened. Yeah. Why would he? Why would he say a word? Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Oh yeah, there's an achievement for this game where you don't open it for 10 years and then you come back after 10 years, but people have been cheating the achievement. You know he's not. I mean, sometimes people just need a day. Yeah, that's shitty. Oh, there's little Stanley. Aww. Little Stanley. Look at little Stanley. In loving memory of little Stanley. What the fuck is this song? Yeah, that's poopy. I hate people, man. I fucking hate people.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally...
You really you liked the shout out. You know you did.
It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
That's true.
It's a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
New elevator content. No, that's true. That's true. If Levi had gotten his surgery, there'd be no way you could pick up because not for nothing, but just me taking, I don't know, you wouldn't have wanted just me to take care of Levi. So it is that Minecraft? It's fucking Minecraft. I can't get to the maintenance song.
Hootie tootie disco cutie, 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 hootie tootie disco cutie. You're so cute, thanks.
No Flipoff has been giving me money for
No
4 months.
Flipoff.
Weit ho?
No Flipoff. I love it. Oh, that's the woman who looked at my dead body and then ran away. That's great. I'm so... Top 10 memories I remember. I'm so fucking...
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved
beautiful carpet textures. Huh. I can't. Sir. Sir, I can't go into the serious room.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Oh, cold drinks. What the fuck?
No. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
What the actual fuck?
Well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
You know, if Steam was a shipping company, this is what I would imagine. This is what I would imagine Steam to be. This is what I imagine Steam to be when it's working. When you buy a game on Steam, this is what it comes in. It comes in a fucking shipping container to your computer, full of reviews. And here's a good one. That's a positive one.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly,
a little bit preachy.
Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I mean, that's what happens. You're never gonna get perfect reviews.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Oh boy.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my set... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy rumination. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on.
Jesus fucking Christ.
The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do...
Whoop.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been been through? I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
No, I can't say that I've ever done that.
Begin with, there is
Yep, okay. Bye. Enjoy compounding. Have a good time.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, "End." The end is never the end, 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 is
He's lost it. He's gone. He's lost his... Shit. Can I leave? Freedom? Off I go. Okay. Oh, look at that. Fucking life. I've been gone so long, life has flourished. Oh, life is gone. Just as fast as it came, there she went. Life. Off I go. I can't skip the desert. What the fuck happened out here? Oh, I'm back.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
New content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Well, fucking suck my ass and call me buttercream. I'm here for the new content. No show this time? All right.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
Jesus.
The Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
You know what? You're 100% right.
This ultra deluxe nonsense, I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, look at that! Stanley Parable 2.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged...
Taste the sequel.
An entirely new experience, built from the ground up.
Oh, dude, I want me some
So many
sip.
possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Can never go wrong with a sequel. Every sequel is better than the original. It's a fucking trip, Lord.
Catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
I don't know what's happening. The color red. More TSP. Better TSP.
Now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising.
Don't talk to me before I've had my sequel. They're back. 2 doors. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Boring sections of the chart. The cool red section of the chart. Old and busted. New hotness. Alright. How do I... Can I see the meaning? No? I'm just going on.
Yeah. I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Just come around here.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. All right.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with
Let's
that
see.
in mind,
Let's see if this
my first
happens.
addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Let's see if this actually happens.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just
Yep.
play along. I promise you'll love it.
My name is...
Here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind.
I am
Get
Jim.
whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so,
Lord.
please step forward and press the button.
Lord, do you feel the Jim deep inside you like I feel Jim deep inside me right now? Because I'm Jimmin'. I am Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would
Oh, I know
still
what
be
you
worth
mean.
the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon
No.
you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
They took my Jim. Well. Alright. Honestly, I think this button is the right one. But that's just me. Jim. What is this fucking door over here? Nothing. Okay. It's like Fallout 4 when they were like, we've programmed so many names into Fallout 4 that you'll get to hear your own name. You heard Jim in the game. The button that says Jim. And you only hear your name once. You only hear your name once in the game. The reassurance bucket. Yo. Hit me up with one of those fucking reassurance buckets, though.
A common complaint of the Stanley parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic
They lost the fucking bucket. Yeah, they did.
Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
Board members, please note that you must use the following terms as often as possible. Synergy. Incentivize, unpack, ping, deep dive, reach out. We do not call, we do not email, we reach out. No one can complain if we are simply reaching out like a friend, like a lover.
And perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance.
Give me the bucket.
while the bucket is in your arms. And
Give me the bucket.
It's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Give me the bucket.
Give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the
That's
face
true.
of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Oh, dope.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Cool. I got a bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
New features, new content, new ideas. Ray traced. Red is the new orange.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
I'm not ready for the epilogue.
Yes, it will go at the end of the well, we'll figure that out later.
I'm not ready for the epilogue. Nouveau, near. I want more bucket. I need more bucket in my game.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Probably. Oh, happy 12th birthday, step niece. That's the one.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Oh. I wanted happy get well someday.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Nice. It's over here. This game's a fucking trip and a half, man.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
The infinite hole, huh? Well, you only live once.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No, I don't think I will.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Yay!
Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall
There's a
infinitely?
hole.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Your pause button is Roman numeral 2.
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
Just
Why
the
don't we
two
just
of
put
us.
all this behind
We
us
can
and
make it if we
just
try.
go
Just the two of us.
infinite? If that works
Building
for you,
castles in
then
the
go ahead and
sky.
press the teleport button
Just the
to walk
two of
to the
us.
top of the hole and
You and I.
I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Meeting at 2. Is that it? Just the two of us? Meeting at 2. What's the mug say? New mug. Some cigarettes. Well. Alright.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole.
Huh.
I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If
Same
you
thing.
decide you've had enough of the hole,
Meeting.
hit the teleport button
Meeting.
and come join me.
Just the two of us. Alright.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled.
I don't
really
think
have
I've had
so much
enough.
more to show you and to talk about. And I've had it. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
It's seeming that way.
I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length.
I'm gonna, Lord.
Let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, it's barely even a hole at this point. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed
can't-
with holes,
I
but at
can't
this
get out.
depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch.
Can't get out of the hole.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Oh no. I'm stuck.
Teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean,
Oh no.
explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
No.
You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else.
Just let me jump.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Oh, he's gone. He's going. Well. All right. I made this. Excuse me. Excuse me. This is it. This is the end. I don't like this one. This one's a little unsettling. Well, change reality. Oh. What the fuck? This is the one. This is the one. Let's get the music to go with it. That's not the music. What the fuck?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley.
No, please. Let me.
Darn fascinating, but I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
Let me out of the hole.
Miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the whole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
Let me out of the hole.
And I'm looking forward to all of them.
Just let me out of the hole.
Stanley, I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Just let me out of the hole. Am I going down again? Is it happening again? What?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
All right. Huh. Back to the hotel. think the most they changed the name to the Mostly Infinite Hole. That's where I'm going. You know, that's exactly where I'm going. Back to the hole. I can't. They closed the door. They closed the door on me. I can't play in the hole. Bastards. They took my hole. The new jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
No, let me jump. I want to get a free, new, and easy achievement. All right.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I want it. Rude.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
What the fuck's up here? Settings World Champion. That's new. Okay. I've already looked at my gym button. Oh. Fine, it ended. Okay, well, can't look at that.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Oh,
I
good.
don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Neat.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
There's gotta be 5 more. There's got to be 5 more around here. Gym button. I swear to God. I swear to God, if this is a goof and there's actually not fucking... Wish there was a run button. Wish I could run. This bucket looks great. And the sound design on the bucket is probably like some of the best sound design I've ever heard. The soft fucking clink clank of the bucket just kind of as I walk along. Where? Oh, you can't do this to me, game. They're fucking with me. They gotta be fucking with me. Same. 10 out of 10. Best bucket in the best bucket. Okay, so there's nothing in here.
Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
That's rude. I can't. The hole's blocked off, right? I can't go in the hole anymore. Yeah, hole's blocked off. Can't go in the hole anymore.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
No. The fuck is this?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here it is.
I'm ready, coach.
I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags. They don't add up to anything.
Give me the bucket.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they wouldn't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company
The balloon.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk.
Okay. That's just the intro all over again. So are there gonna be like collectibles now? Is it
All of his coworkers were gone.
the fucking balloons?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
The bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Great. Now it's gonna have me fucking looking around every fucking corner.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined.
What the actual fuck?
Now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends, that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Yep. Alright.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now, no more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
That's right. Fuck off. This is my bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright. Alright. Hey, a collectible.
One of them,
one of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
I hate
you can't
this.
buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Good. So that's the boss's office. Oh, I can't. Okay, so I can't go that way now.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Hey, collectible.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I'm fucking... Me and my bucket, man. Dude, me and my bucket are fucking killing this game. Your boy's got a bucket.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Thank God.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Thank God I have my bucket.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
I'm just looking for a
The door
collectible.
behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Just
At this
looking.
point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Just making sure there's not a collectible. Okay. I had to make sure. I had to know. How long is this fucking game, dude? There's just been so much shit, one after the other.
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Honestly, if it wasn't for the bucket, I don't think I'd be able to do this.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
That's not fucking
The
weird.
bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
No.
Stanley cradled it,
My poor boy.
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
This is such an emotional tale of a man and his bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
It's a fantastic question.
Raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content.
What the
Walking,
fuck?
eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Fuck yeah. Jesus fucking Christ.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
Oh no.
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
I'm sorry?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
I'm sorry?
Mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Where the fuck's my bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone.
And I've started over again for
To
the
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Figurine Finders Committee.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
That was a good ending. Birds.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I should have went to the right. There might have been a Stanley. How can we find them? There will be a reward for finding them all. We need more planks. What the fuck? Retrieve Chris's remains from the warehouse floor. Inside of secret nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. Somewhere both red and blue. Stairs, something to do with stairs. A large room, lots of boxes. What the fuck? Trust the completionist instinct?
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Yup, you really got me there.
Coming to a
Stairs.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ho ho ho!
I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
No, god damn it.
All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy.
God damn it.
And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's
What the
bucket.
fuck?
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from
No,
this.
my bucket.
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket
There's
after the
so
next.
many buckets.
None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity.
What the actual fuck?
He was dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day,
Yep, she's got her bucket.
by the body of a man who had
Jesus
stumbled
fucking
through town,
Christ.
talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place.
What the fuck am I playing?
And she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
What the fuck am I playing? Lord Rosnell plays Stanley Parable when?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Okay, I need to go to the right this time.
Clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Okay.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Cause your gameplay could be vastly different from mine.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
Wait.
Go to the cargo lift.
Ho ho ho! Look at this.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You'll come
So it was
when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
okay. Red and blue. A red and blue room. What the fuck? Where is there a red and blue room? Porqué? Okay. This is a lot of tapes.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Right?
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What the fuck? I don't want to hang out with my bucket anymore.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others.
I'm having second thoughts about...
Spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Okay. Red and blue. Is it gonna be...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Shit. I might have fucked up. Somewhere both red and blue. What we know, small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. That's a fantastic picture. Okay, somewhere red and blue.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas...
There was. I might have fucked up.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. There's a little voice moaning Stanley in my ear. What? What? I'm so confused.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Absolutely is.
the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Okay, so it wasn't in there.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Yup.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh no, cameras.
And Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do?
I might have fucked
not
up.
to do in the first place? These questions raised furiously.
No, you really die. I've
He screamed into the bucket.
I've done it a couple times.
His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point,
Well, it led to a goof that ended up killing me.
for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good.
Wait,
Two
there's
best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
that's
They
3.
high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
How do I get up there? Wait, what? Confusion.
When at last they came to the source. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face.
This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, and go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
I can't leave with the bucket. And here I am, back again at the fucking beginning.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was,
Okay.
the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nah, fam.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look,
Okay.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Mm-hmm.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Well, I chose wrong. Wait, hold on. This is blue and red.
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Yep, hello.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see...
I wonder if I needed the bucket
Come
to...
inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
No, I need...
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
No, but I need to know if there's... Fuck.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Damn it!
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder
The sequel is now paused.
of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing it.
Alright, this was wrong. Begin the game again. Right. Okay.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door...
Grab the
Stanley
bucket.
picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
That's fine.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
I wonder.
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly.
I didn't know I could do that.
So
I thought I was gonna die.
The impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Are you fucking kidding?
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
What?
This is a bucket.
What? What the? No, it fucking wasn't.
Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my god, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is...
What the fuck is happening?
We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
God damn it. I knew it. I knew the whole time. You're all buckets.
Sitting there, Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days?
Okay.
Centuries? Did something
So, let's see. I'm not going to grab the bucket this time. And I'm going to jump down into that one room.
with time from now on? When Stanley came to a set of two
Yeah, open the doors. Going in not the correct way.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Place bucket.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Rude.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
There we go.
Convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Haha!
This is important. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Fuck yeah, dude. I don't know what he was saying. I was too busy about my Stiggly Wigglies. Red pill, blue red pill. Fuck it.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Shit.
Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God you lived. No, what are you doing, Stanley?
please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Because I don't have any more jumps.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yep. Oh dear Lord.
Getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
You sounded so sad.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
I wonder what the blue door was. Okay. There's no balloons.
Stanley,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figures. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
It honestly really did.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Alright.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Oh my
Just
God.
one more time.
Now I remember when Stanley found the collectibles. Good. Good. I'm glad this is the memory we're going back to.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was a second Stanlerine.
Wait.
You found this one all on your own, just by poking around
Wait.
in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6.
I fucked up.
Continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
I fucked up.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand?
I fucked up.
Remember?
Son of a bitch.
No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
That was fucking ridiculous.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind
I'm mad.
All
I'm mad I
know
missed
that
one.
This is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected.
I'm so mad.
It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Twit. Alright. Guess I'm going backwards.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Oh, I missed the stairs. Oh, I think I missed the stairs again. What the fuck? I did it.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to...
I had to do it all over again?
It's those figurines. Those figlets.
I fell out of the game.
Since you nabbed every last one, wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
At least this time I won't forget.
Inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Yeah, now I can get them all this time.
The figurines. Just one more time.
I can't believe I fucking fell. I can't believe I fucking clipped through something. There we go.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the
Exactly, first try.
For certain. We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
A 13 out of 16? Oh, that's right. Yeah, my name's Jim.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise
Why do I have
me in all
13?
sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Why do I have 13?
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time.
But I should only have 12. because I had 6 and I picked up 6 more.
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in
Oh, that's right. And then I started going backwards.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly
Do we get to watch the okay, we get to watch the PowerPoint again.
video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Good clip art. Love the clip art.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Whoop. Okay, this time I need to not fucking clip through the stairs.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
And now we're here in the present.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Oh.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Got it.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
It's even better the third time. Even better the third time.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one.
I don't remember this one either.
A solid room.
I don't remember this room at all.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Oh, I don't get to get to the end of the stairs one.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh my goodness. My mouse is dying.
Look, It's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Oh, good lord.
Oh, yes. The two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
I swear to God, if
Yes,
it came.
I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.